Usaji Uki Joshi Meto Tram Inji Nine Adi Sangye Shindu Me O Ye Nam Na Jingla Chupashu Idam Guru Rana Mandala Ganeyatayami. So, good morning, everyone. Again, welcome. And again, I would like to start with a short mindful breathing exercise, followed by motivations before we engage into the discussion today's talk. Try to keep your back straight. That will help our mind to be more fresh and clear. And let go of any kind of stiffness or tension in your body and mind. Just try to relax. Make yourself comfortable. And feel the weight of your body on the cushions, on the chair. And let your breath to flow naturally. And try to watch or observe mindfully, aware of what you observe as you inhale and exhale. Once our mind is settled down in moment present, and we can try to reflect, contemplate all the comfort and the pleasure and the joy and happiness we experience in our life. From morning to evening, day by day, week by week, year by year, through our whole life. They all are dependent arisings. All this comfort, joy, and happiness that we enjoy, experience, come through the contributions and support and help and the kindness of others, directly, indirectly. We are able to come here together and meet here in this space because so many other beings' contribution to make it happen. Some of them involved directly, some of them indirectly. All the laborers who work to create this space. All the tools they use to create the space. All people who create those different tools. All the raw materials that was needed for the tools and for the buildings. And all who contributed directly, indirectly, in so many different ways. The coffee, the tea, the breakfast that we enjoyed this morning, we were able to do because of so many other contributions. The farmers, people who transport, people who work in grocery, people who invest in those groceries so that we can have groceries to buy from. There are people who are able to transport those things from different parts of the world because all the transportations which are created by other peoples, invested by other peoples. And farmers who get the seeds from other sources. Again, when we look in that way, so many beings are involved. Most of them we don't know who they are. But we are receiving their help, their support, their kindness indirectly. We were able to come here. We didn't fly ourselves. So, whatever transportation we use, again, we are able to use to get places, including here, because there were people who invested, people, engineer, and workers who put them together. All the different part of the transportation vehicles that were created by different peoples, different part of the world. Different materials that need with each of them that come from different places. So again, we are able to use it because of contributions of so many other beings. So when we reflect, contemplating that way, every comfort that we experience, every joy, happiness, we are able to do it because of so many people's, other beings' contributions. Most of them, even though we don't know who they are, but we are experiencing those comfort because of them. So since all our temporary happiness and ultimate happiness come through by depending on other sentient beings, by relying on other sentient beings, it will be incorrect and not right to totally ignore and neglect the well-being of other sentient beings. And only thinking of oneself with selfish attitude. Therefore, the purpose of my life is not only to be concerned with just my own well-being, but to have concern for all other sentient beings, and to help them, to help to reduce the suffering and eliminate the suffering of others as much as possible. And to help and support, to lead them to happiness and cause of happiness. In order to help them in that way, in the best way, I must achieve my highest potential, fully awakened state. Therefore, I'm going to put as much as possible effort to actualize that full potential. And in order to obtain that fully awakened state, I must engage in the practice of the sixth perfection or the paramitas, the practice of the bodhisattvas. As well as to cultivate the true love, compassion, bodhicitta mind. And in order to cultivate those qualities and engage in those practices, be reminded of those practices, continue to learn, study as much as possible. Therefore, I'm going to listen to the talk. Not only listen, but again, if I find anything helpful, beneficial, that I will try to implement as much as possible in my everyday life. May us coming here together, giving our precious time, energy, resources to listen, to engage in discussion, reflection, contemplations. May all of these become cause and conditions to achieve fully awakened state. So we can fulfill the highest purpose of oneself and others. Okay, so then refuge and bodhicitta prayer. Page number 1. Sangye chodang tsogi chonam la chanchu pato dani kya soche dagi chuncho kibe sonam ge penje sangye dupa sho sangye che dan tsoge cho nam la sanju pa do dani kyab su che dage jin so ki pe so nam ke pa penje sangye dupa sangye che dan tsoge cho nam la chanchu padu dani kya su che dagi jin je sangye dupa. So the great Indian masters, Dharmakirti mentioned that, first there is appearance and perceiving of independent I or self, on the basis of grasping or perceiving the self to be independent. Then there's sense of independence others. So independent self and independence others. On the basis of, independence others, then within that, there's others who are my friends and some others who are my enemies. On the basis of that, the others who are part of my friends, we get attachment. Others who are part of our enemy, we develop anger towards them. So anger and attachment arises. On the basis of anger and attachment, and then so many other negative thoughts, feelings, emotion arises. And with that, then, we suffer and we create pain and suffering to others. So again, if you go back, it comes back to the very root of grasping as an independent self, independent self. It comes back to that. So similarly, Aryadeva, in his 400 verses, he mentions the ignorance, the fundamental ignorance pervade in all the delusions. Just as, the physical sense faculties reside in all parts of the bodies. In the same way, the fundamental ignorance pervades in all the delusions, meaning all the delusions arises from that fundamental ignorance. There is no delusions that does not arise from that fundamental ignorance. All delusions are rooted in that fundamental ignorance. And so therefore, and so when the ignorance is destroyed, then all the delusions are destroyed. When you cut the root, then all the branches will die. Instead of having to cut each of branches, each of leaves, which can take much more effort, long time. You just cut the root, and then all that will die. In the same way, when we are able to cut the very root of all this delusion, the fundamental ignorance, then you will be able to cut and destroy all the delusions. And we spoke about yesterday how delusion, such as attachment, anger, and all other delusion, how it's rooted in the ignorance, how it arises from the ignorance. We already kind of discussed quite a bit yesterday. Therefore, and in order to destroy that fundamental ignorance, you need a mind that contradicts that ignorance. The opposing internal force. Just like in external world, there are, opposing forces. And when those opposing forces, when you increase one, the other decrease. Just like heat and cold. When you increase the heat through your air conditioning, the cold becomes less and less. As you turn the volume higher and higher, less and less cold. And that could be the other way around when you use air conditioning. So basically, because there are two opposing forces, when one increases, the other decreases. In the same way, the ignorance and the wisdom relies on the emptiness or ultimate truth. There are two opposing internal forces. And when you increase and improve your wisdom, relies on emptiness, then the ignorance will be less and less, and then finally completely destroyed. So that is, and when that is destroyed, then all the delusions are destroyed. Therefore, the wisdom relies on that emptiness is not only importance among the 6 paramitas, but is the very heart of the 6 paramita. Is the very life force of the practice of 6 paramita. The 6 paramitas are the main practice of bodhisattvas, the practice of generosity, moral discipline, patience, joy, effort in virtues, material concentration, and the wisdom. So those are the 6 paramita, which are the main practice of bodhisattvas. Among those 6 paramita practice, the wisdom relies on emptiness. The wisdom paramita is the very heart of them. It's the very, like the life force of all this practice. And that is also in sutras, like Prasna Paramita sutras, such as Heart Sutras. The title itself is called Heart Sutra because the main topic or subject of that sutra is the emptiness. The wisdom relies on emptiness. And because that wisdom relies on emptiness, is the very heart of the Buddha's teachings. Because all the teaching Buddha gave is to destroy our delusions, to help to reduce and destroy our delusions. And among the method or among the different state of mind that can destroy the delusion, the most powerful is the wisdom, relies on emptiness. Therefore, Dhammapada Sutras, where Buddha mentions to Subudhi, in saying, he says, someone who has eye, who is not blind, who can see, but in the darkness, when they go in darkness, they cannot see anything. In darkness, they cannot see anything. And he said that is like when you practice, it is like the Bodhisattva who practice generosity without having realization of emptiness, who practice generosity by clinging and grasping to that practice because of not having the wisdom realizing emptiness. And then he said, when the morning light comes, when the sun arises, when the light comes, that person will see everything, all the different shapes, colors, objects in that he couldn't see before in the darkness. In the same way, he said, the bodhisattvas who practice generosity without clinging and grasping by understanding the emptiness of those objects of the generosity and so forth, that bodhisattva is like that person who see all the objects. So again, in that, Buddha give example how wisdom realizing emptiness is so important. So important. That is why it's the very heart. Even the practice of generosity is one of the bodhisattva practice, even though it's paramita. But without that wisdom, still that practice is kind of, somehow cannot become full, very effective practice. But when it is supported by the wisdom, then it becomes extremely powerful practice. And therefore, Chandrakirti, in his, engage in the middle way, Madhyamika Avatara, he gives an example. Just as a person who is not blind would lead all the blind people to wherever they need to go. If they need to get somewhere, they need to go somewhere, they need someone to help guide them, to lead them, someone who can see the path. In the same way, the wisdom is that leader who lead all other paramita towards the enlightenment. So among all the 6 paramita, the wisdom is like the leader of all the paramitas that help and drive all other paramita towards enlightenment. Without that wisdom, other paramita are like the blind, who cannot reach their destination, goal. And so therefore, again, and because the wisdom is so important, the wisdom realizing emptiness is so important, of course, we need to develop that, and to develop, we need to meditate, contemplate, practice, and to practice, meditate, contemplate, we need to, continue to study, discuss, read, and so forth, and so that is why, so the topic of this weekend, the emptiness, the object of that wisdom becomes so crucial, important for those who have interest or inspirations for liberations or freedom from all the suffering and the delusions, the cause of the delusion, the cause of the suffering, the delusions. So in relation to that, to understand, to have the wisdom realizing the emptiness, then, at the very beginning, we have to use the concept. Concept is helpful at the very beginning to reach beyond concept. It's like, when they send us space, not the space, in the space, when they send the rocket, satellite or whatever they send, they need a very strong, powerful rocket to shoot it. After some time, they have to drop it, otherwise it becomes obstacles. It's too. So, but at the very beginning, it needs that. Similarly, at the very beginning, for us, we need the concept to understand intellectually, and even to have a spiritual realizations. At the very beginning, is a realization is not just intellectual, but is a experiential understanding, realizations, but still with the concept, using reason and logic, inference. In Buddhist studies, they talk about three objects: obvious objects, hidden objects, most hidden objects. Obvious objects are something you don't need inference to have understanding, with your sense, direct sense, consciousness. I can see this flower. I can perceive that directly without having to use, reasoning logics. I taste and I can see whether it's bitter, I can realize whether it's bitter, sweet, or whatever taste directly with my tongue. And same with all the sense consciousness, But the hidden objects, such as emptiness or subtle impermanent and certain other objects, ordinary persons cannot perceive them directly. And so they have to use inference, reasoning, logics. Or it must be this because of this. Or this is this because of that. This is happening this because of that and this. And it will happen this if this and this, such and such is done. So these are inference, reason, and logic we use. So to understand those hidden objects, that is what. And so emptiness being one of those hidden objects, at the very beginning, then we need that. And then as we meditate, contemplate more and more, then it requires less and less reasoning and inference. And slowly, one is able to have direct realization, and then you don't need inference. And then that one is able to reach beyond concept. Concept, inference, reasoning, logic is not needed anymore because you can experience directly. But at the very beginning, and so therefore, that is why all those great masters, Nagarjuna, Aryadeva, Chandrakirti, and all of them, why they write so many, all their writings all about that. Reasoning, logics. Why do they spend so much time? Because it's very important. for the beginner who doesn't have realizations. And so therefore, so as we mentioned, there are many different reason and logic that you find within the sutta, within the commentaries, in order to understand the emptiness. And we kind of more or less kind of discuss only kind of two main reasons yesterday, the reasoning of, how the self and all other phenomena do not exist truly or inherently or from its own side, because if it does exist inherently or from its own side or by itself, then when we analyze whether it can be found within its parts or outside of part, the object itself, which is the made of those parts, whether it can be found within the part or outside of part, then we cannot find it. And since we cannot find it either within the part that make that objects or outside of those parts, then it is clear that that object do not exist from its own side objectively or by itself, without depending on other factors, other conditions. That is clear that it do not exist truly. If something exists truly, the more investigation you do, the more deeper investigation you do, the more clear it becomes. But when it investigates more and more deeper, then when it becomes less and less clear, that means it's not truth. That is same in like in news or anything. If there is something truth in that, the more investigation, more thorough investigation you do, the more clear it becomes. Something false, even though it seems real at the very beginning, but when you go deeper, analyze, or when you try to understand more depth in that, then you become clear that it is not true. And same way here, when we do that analysis, even though at the very beginning it feels so strongly that as though there is a self or any phenomena that exists by itself there or objectively, but when you do that analysis, then it becomes less and less clear, and it becomes like almost lost where to, what happens, nothing to hold on, nothing to point on, nothing to find, become less and less clear. And that is a sign that it does not exist truly, So we kind of discussed that analysis yesterday a little bit, and then other analysis or the other reasoning logic we use was dependent arisings to understand emptiness. And we talk about understanding dependent arising from the point of view of cause and conditions in relation to all the conditioned phenomena. And then we also talk about how everything is dependent arising, all the phenomena, all the objects are dependent arising because they depend on its parts. Without its part, those objects cannot exist as that objects. Without its part, that object cannot function and exist as that objects. So they are dependent on its parts, and therefore they are dependent arising. They are dependent arising because all of them depend on its parts. And there's no objects that does not have its parts. And therefore there's no object that doesn't depend on its part for that object to exist and function as that object. So we discuss kind of those two dependent arising yesterday. again, at the end, we kind of discuss, is that enough, of that dependent arising to have the realization of emptiness? Of course, those understanding of those dependent arising in terms of cause and condition, in terms of depending on its part, it does help to lead closer and to have realization of emptiness. But is that enough to have a realization of emptiness? That was that yesterday we kind of, and again, it's not enough. Someone can have understanding of dependent arisings in terms of its parts, but still we have still grasping and clinging the object to exist inherently. So the mind-only schools, those who follow the mind-only school tenets, who believe and follow that, in mind-only schools also, they also refute any idea of there is any object that is partless. And they also agree, and they also proclaim that every object has its parts. Therefore, all of them are depending on its parts. There is no partless objects. While they understand that there is no partless objects, and therefore every object depends on its part, at the same time, they believe the part itself as an inherent existence. And so when you have that kind of, not only we innately, because of past imprint, there's already kind of innate grasping of inherent existence. On top of that, then it is that innate grasping is almost like the word I'm trying to find, made it more strong with that kind of tenet belief, sometimes. And so anyway, so that is in praise to the depending arising. Lama Tsongkhapa mentions, he mentions some of the non-Buddhist school of thought who doesn't accept dependent arisings, and who doesn't accept dependent arising, for them to not accept empty of inherent existence, I'm not so surprised. But for those Buddhist school of thoughts, such as Bhabhasika, Sotandika, even middle way, not middle way, mind-only schools, even though all of them accept dependent arising, despite accepting dependent arising, still believing there is inherent existence. That I cannot understand. That's what Lama Tsongkhapa said. That I cannot understand. The very reasons that we use to understand that emptiness, empty of inherent existence, you believe that, still you cannot accept they are empty of inherent existence while you are able to accept the dependent arising. And Lama Tsongkhapa, that I'm kind of amazed. It's like he said, I cannot understand. So as he mentioned, so that is anyway. So, and again, they have a reason, and it is not always philosophy and some kind of abstract philosophy. It is very related with how we feel. for all of those schools, except for Prasangika, when you analyze this, where is that object within its part, they feel it has to find somewhere. If you cannot find, then how can you establish its existence? For them it is very difficult. And isn't that how we also feel? Intellectually, we say this object doesn't exist inherently, okay? From its own side, objectively, but still there is something there, If there's not there, how can I say there's a glass? How can glass function as a glass? How can the flower function as a flower? There is something there from its own side. Objectively, there is something. We have that problem, do we? I have that problem. Maybe you do not. And that is why I'm still stuck in samsara. And that is exactly what they are having problem. And therefore, for them, there's something from its own side. Otherwise, they say, it's difficult for them, the image of this cup in my mind and this cup, the image in my cup is not cup from its own side. It doesn't have the function of cup. This cup is not just image of my mind and it has the functioning of the cup. There is a difference. Yeah? And so they say, this cup exists from its own side. The image of my cup in my mind is only creation in my mind. It doesn't come from its own side. And they have some points, And that is also a problem we have, just like them. So it is not always just abstract philosophy. It's very much related with how we feel, And that is where their positions come from. For them, to proceed or to establish something as an existence, if there's nothing from its own side, they feel like there is something from its own side. Especially the Sautandrika, Madhyamika, the middle way school, they come with these ideas. There is something from the object and there's something from your mind, And it's kind of like combinations, kind of the middle way, But Prasangika refute that. There's nothing from its own side. There's not even one atom of existence from its own side. So if there's nothing, even an atom, it exists from its own side, how can it exist and how can it functions? That is all the problem all other schools are having. And Prasangika is, even though there's nothing from its own side, even one atom existing from its own side, but things can exist and function on the basis of, merely nominational level, merely imputation level. And that is the hard part one. That is the most hard part to understand. That is the struggle other schools have. And it's, I think, struggle that we have. If it's only exist by on nominal, only on based on only imputations, label, how can it functions? Then what is the difference between the cup, this cup, and the cup in my image? No. Do you get it? Both of them do not have any existence on its own side. Both of them are merely labeled. So then what is the difference? So how can this function something and that one cannot function that? And I think that is where the struggles. We will kind of try to see if we can kind of clear a little bit of that or not. And sometimes trying to clarify make more confusion. So we'll see whether I create more confusions or whether it might clarify something a little bit. I think if we use this classical example that you find in those teachings on emptiness by the middle way school Madhyamikas, one of the classical example many of you have heard many times about the rope and the snake. Okay. A certain rope, so it must be certain size, certain colors, and then, the way it is kind of roll, and then in a condition where it is not so clear, a little bit dark, and maybe a little distant, and maybe probably you have seen snake around that area before, or there's snake around that. And so suddenly you see from distance, and the way the rope it's like almost snake being curled. And because of distance, you cannot see so clear. Because of the light, you cannot see so clear. And they say, oh, there is snake. Snake there. And if someone is fearful of snake, like myself, the fear arises. Fear arises. So the fear arises on the basis of misconceptions, misunderstanding. Unnecessary fear based on mistaken mind, misperceptions, even though there is no snake, but there is something appearance like a snake and you believe that was the snake. On the basis of believing there is a snake, that fear arises. As you go closer and investigate, analyze, there's no snake. It's just a rope. It's just a rope. So when you analyze this, when you see, there's no, you cannot find snake in that robe, in any of this, any of part of that robe, nor in the collection of each part of the robe, nor in the continuity of that robe. There's no snake, one atom of snake you cannot find. It's absolutely empty of that. You know. Even though it's empty of snake, but still the rope has certain functioning. Do you get it? Even it's totally empty of snake, there's the appearance is like a snake, and perceiving as a snake. That was the mistaken. That was the mistaken part. And there's no functioning of such as a snake, but there is the functioning as a rope. There is something that exists as a rope, and it has the functioning of the rope. That doesn't take away that existence, that functioning. When you realize it is empty of snake. Same thing, whatever objects that appear as inherently existing or exist from its own side objectively, there's appearance, and not only appearance, then there is the belief and perception that they truly exist and inherently existing on its own side. On the basis of that, then the fear arises, or attachment, or anger, or different delusions arises. But when you use all these different reasoning logics, like going closer to the place where you saw the snake, and similarly, when you investigate, analyze with that, the more you do, then you begin to understand and see, there is no inherent existence, truly existing on its own side. When you realize, then there's no more clinging, there's no more perceptions of that, no more. While there's no perceptions, while you don't have that clinging, grasping, a belief that is inherently existing, but whatever object that it is, it has its own functioning and it exists. That doesn't negate that. Just as when you negate that is not snake, and that appearance and perception is mistaken, it doesn't negate the rope as a rope and functioning as a rope. What you negate is you negate it being a snake. Are we clear? The same way, what we negate is we negate that objects being inherently existing, that object existing from its own side, truly, but it doesn't negate that object, whatever functioning it has, whatever functioning that, it doesn't negate that part. So therefore, again, that is something that we try to remember. And the image in the cup is not a conventional cup, because it doesn't have that functioning of the cup. Whereas this cup has the functioning of the cup. It can hold the water, whatever drink. It has this functioning. The cup in our image, in my mind, doesn't have that functioning. So therefore, that is not a cup that exists. That is not a conventional cup. It's just the image of the cup. So coming back, Yeah, I guess this discussion kind of led because I was talking about, except for Prasangika point of Prasangika, all other even Buddhist school of thoughts, how they believe things exist from its own side or inherently. And that was where, and I was saying that it's not just abstract, but that is also how we, not only the struggle, we have the similar kind of struggle, and it is all the prasangika. So then that comes to the next level of the dependent arising that we talk about, the more subtle dependent arisings. As someone yesterday point, depending on the mind, the thought, the concept that impute, that label, So on the basis of, in terms of self, on the basis of our aggregate, on the basis of the collection of our aggregate, and due to the collections of those 5 aggregates, it has certain functionings, that experience different pain, different happiness, it creates different positive karma, negative karmas, so it can lead to the samsara, or it can lead out of samsara. It has all those different function, while due to the collections of those aggregate, it has those functioning of the person, the functioning of the persons. On the basis of that, the so-called I or me is merely imputed label. In other words, is merely imputed on something which is not. And the purpose of that is so we can have a more organized functioning in the conventional reality and world. Otherwise, it will be chaotic. Otherwise, there will be chaotic. So even though each of those aggregates are not persons, the self, neither the collection of them, neither the continuity of them, but on the basis of those collection of those aggregates, then is merely imputed. The so-called person merely imputed. This cup, as we discussed yesterday, each part of those cup is not cup. The handle is not cup. The bottom is not cup. Each side of them is not cup. Each particles, atom is not cup. But then, we put all this part together. Whoever, whether it's handmade, machine, whatever, it put together, and it has certain functioning of holding something. On the basis of that, then we call it a cup. And then it becomes a conventional cup. But the cup is actually merely imputed. Merely imputed on something which is not cup. We decide to just call it cup. And that functions as a cup after that. Everyone relate it as a cup. Everyone understand this as a cup. So, some other examples. So the point is there is nothing from its own side, the so-called the person or self do not exist as a self from its own side or objectively. The cup do not exist as a cup from its own side objectively. This table do not exist as a table from its own side objectively. One, as I all give an example with the self and cup, same thing, you know. The legs are not the table, the top is not the table, each of those joints are not table, each part of those legs are not, each part of the top are not the table, each side are not table. But when you put all this together and it has certain functioning, on the basis of that, the table is just merely labeled on that object, which is not the table. And once you label its object, from that, then it becomes conventional table. Before that, it was not a table. Before that, whoever invented that object, okay, someone invented that object at the very beginning, and then they decided to call it in whatever language that might be table. Before that has been labeled, if someone asks, "Can you bring me a table?" What are you talking about? This one. We wouldn't be able to communicate. We wouldn't be able to interact. We wouldn't be able to function in a conventional world. The labels help to identify different objects, to distinguish different objects. So label is for that purpose. You know? And so therefore, that is how. And so therefore, before that, when you see that, you don't see it as a table. Probably it doesn't function as a table for you. And when someone said, "Can you bring me the table?" you wouldn't know. When the table breaks, you don't. But if it exists as a table from its own side by itself without depending on the label or the interpretation, then it should be table from the very beginning. We should be able to relate it as a table. From the very beginning, it should be, before it was imputed as a table. Even from that point, even someone who has not given any kind of label to that object, everyone who sees that object should be able to relate with that object in that way. And so that means, is again clear sign that it didn't exist as a table from its own side, as a cup from its own side, as person from its own side, and all objects. You know. Another way of analyzing, kind of interesting, you know. First, maybe let me use one classical example and then see. And the classical example, sometimes for some, we might have a little difficult because we are talking about certain beings that we cannot see. Okay. In the Madhyamika's teachings, they talk about, you know, the liquid in this cup. You know, what is that liquid from its own side? Is this water? So from those, in that classical example, they says, you know, this is water for us human beings. That's what I'm drinking, okay? This is what we experience. That's what we see, what we relate, what we experience. For hungry ghosts, They experience as a blood and pass, not as clean water like us, due to their karma, due to other conditions. And that is real for them. Just as this water real for us, that is real for them. It's not that the hungry ghost is kind of, one of the hungry ghosts is confused, or took some kind of substance, hallucinating, That is for all of them. That is their reality. And then for God rams, they said they experience as a nectar. So what is this liquid? From its own side. From its own side, what is it? Is it water? Is it blood? Is it nectar? So from its own side, neither all of them is, nor is from its own side, nor is water, nor is blood, nor it is nectars. It depends on the minds of the beings. It depends on the minds of the being who experience that. So in that cases, of course, this is something we cannot see, so it's a little bit hard. But if that is the cases, isn't it very clear that it does not exist from its own side as it perceived, what we perceive to exist? For us, it seems like it's water from its own side. So let's try to see whether we can use another examples. This table, okay? Does it exist as a table from its own side? Is this table from its own side? We already did some other analysis, but I'm trying to do another analysis similar to that classical analysis. For a cat, is this a table? Does it function as a table? Does it relate as a table? Does it see as a table? Is it a table for them? No. It might be bed or chair, bed. No. And maybe dog or mouse or another animal sees as a shelter. Go under it, shelter and home. They see as a shelter. They experience as a shelter. They relate as a shelter. It's more shelter. It's not a table for them. They don't see it as a table. It doesn't function as a table. They don't relate as a table. So what is this? From its own side. We are talking from its own side. What is this? Is it a table? Is it a bed? Is it a shelter? Again, we have to say it's neither all of them. By itself, from its own side, that is what we're talking about. From its own side, by itself, it's neither table, neither shelter, neither bed, So again, it depends on other conditions, what it is, not from its own side, but by depending on other factors. So all of them are merely kind of imputed. Table is merely imputed. Shelter is merely imputed. Bed is merely imputed. Because it's not bed from its own side. It's not table from its own side. It's not shelter from its own side. It's interesting. Interesting because that's normally how that's not where we look at the things normally. We have fixed perceptions about everything. And that is where the problem comes. Fixed, narrow mind. When someone has realization in emptiness, they are free from all that kind of fixed, narrow mind. Their mind is more open, flexible. They see all the possible. They see all the possible. So their mind is always open, spacious, always flexible. Because again, as I said, this could be all those different possibilities. But for us, it's a table. We are very fixed on that. And then we argue when someone says it's not stable. We fight over it. You are ignorant. You don't know. It's false, truth. All this kind of, so our mind becomes very fixed, very limited, very narrow. But as when someone has that kind of understanding of emptiness, then their mind becomes extremely, open, spacious, and extremely flexible, And so therefore they don't, as we mentioned, they don't get so upset, angry, frustrated, impatient also easily. When your mind is so fixed, then that is when we become so easily frustrated, so easily impatient, so easily so upset, angry, and all other different feelings, Just like even with that snake and the rope, When your mind is open, you don't get so fixed. It's a snake. You see all different possibilities. When you see that possibility, you wouldn't get so afraid so easily like that immediately. But when your mind is fixed, there's a snake. You see only one possibility. It's a snake, and that gives rise so easily to that kind of fear, So what is this? My bald head. Does my bald head exist from its own side? Seems like. But what happens, for the fly? Is this a bald head for the fly? Maybe they see the airport to land on. Or slippery one. Oh, there's a shiny slippery airport to land on. That reminds me one joke. His own Dalai Lama shared, which of course I think His Holiness must heard from other teachers, someone. One time a teacher was giving some meditation or initiations, I don't remember exactly. And so, he told the audience to visualize the Buddha on top of your head, okay? And then there was one audience who was bold, and probably he didn't understand fully. So he was visualizing the Buddha on top of his head, just literally, not on the space, but just literally on top of his head. And in his mind, it was slurping. Yeah. Because it's kind of bold and shiny, and so the Buddha was not staying, It's keep on slithering. So he was having a very difficult keeping the visualizations. So for us who are bold, we have to visualize in the space, okay? Not on top of that. Otherwise it will keep on slippery. So anyway, I was talking about the flies, And again, for the butterflies or what is they might see something else, they experience something else, they see something else. So what is it from its own side, Another example that I'd like to use is, the act of your moving your feet, Is it coming or going from its own side? It's neither. The act of your feet moving is neither coming or going. Whether it's coming or going, it depends on other conditions, factors from where you look from. From that side, I'm coming. From this side, I'm going. It's the same act. It's the same act of moving my feet in certain directions. So again, what does it show? There's no coming and going by itself from its own side. It depends on many conditions, other factors. So on the basis of moving and the basis of other factors, conditions, then, our mind merely imputed, when this condition, from that condition is coming, from this condition is going. It's merely imputed. It's not from its own side. And so, therefore, again, you often see in teaching on emptiness. In emptiness, there's no coming and going. There's no birth and death. All same. Just like coming and going. When our consciousness leaves this body, is it death or birth? Rebirth. By itself. Again, normally we are fixed with the death. According to the Buddhist understanding, the moment your consciousness leaves the body, simultaneously at the same time you have pardo, part of beings, intermediate stage beings, simultaneously. Look. So from the Pardo point of view, is a rebirth. That moment was the rebirth. From the human being point of view, that moment of the death, the consciousness being separated or leaving the body, that very moment is not like you leave your consciousness, there are moments where you don't have a Pardo. And then simultaneously, in the teaching, they give example of the scale. When you put something on the scale, the other go up. It's simultaneous happening. It's not one after other. Same way. And so therefore, the consciousness of leaving that body or being separate that body is a death or rebirth. It's neither of them from its own side. From the human point of view, from the human side, it's a death. From the Pardo point of view, from the Pardo side of them, it's a rebirth. But it's neither them from its own side. And so again, you see a statement quite often in emptiness, there's no death, there's no rebirth, no coming, no goings. And same in all, you can apply that to again, when we contemplate and when we think about it, we begin to see how our mind is so fixed and so narrow, because we cannot just see possibility of rebirth, we only see the death, and we're fixed with that. We are so fixed with that. If we see all the other possibilities, maybe we might not be too overwhelmed and depressed and all those different negative feelings that could arise on the basis of, that kind of fixed ideas. Instead, so anyway, and that we can see, we can apply everywhere. Is this cup small or big from its own side? Again, it's neither. It's neither big, neither small from its own side. Is this cup useful or not useful from its own side? It's neither of them. Neither of them. Could be useful, not useful. Could be small, could be big, depending on other factors. In relations or compared to something smaller is a small cup. If you have a small cup, smaller this cup, in relation to that, compared to that is a big cup. In relation to American's big cup, in comparison that, in relation to that is a small cup. When I first went, there are small, middle, big. I was so surprised. Big was almost like that. Even the small was maybe a little bit smaller than this, maybe. But normally this is that what I said, big, But then, so again, whether it's beautiful or ugly, attractive, not attractive, from its own side? What is it? Again, it's neither beautiful, ugly from its own side. I think it's the teaching on emptiness. I don't know where that there's the English saying. I don't know where that come from. The beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Similarly, like that, the beauty is not in the object itself. It's in the eyes of the beholder. So similarly, that whole this, whether it's attractive, unattractive, it depends on the beholder, the eye of the beholder, not from the object itself. So, it is amazing when we actually started to think about those things, to realize how fixed and narrow our minds are. And how unflexible and so fixed and unflexible and narrow our minds are. Again, I think, that is why we are in samsara, because of that. That is why we are still in samsara. So, when we talk about and think about it, it totally makes sense. But because of strong imprint from the past, still it's so hard to change that kind of fixed mind. All the conflict problem we have with each other a lot of time is based on that kind of fixed, kind of narrow mind. This is what it is and what it is not. We are very fixed. Someone else has another idea what it is, what is not. And there is the conflict because both of them have no flexibility of understanding. We are fixed. This is what it is, this is what not it is. And the other one has different. And that becomes the source of a lot of conflict, a lot of problems. If we have more open-minded, it would be much more less conflict and less problems by having a so strong, rigid mind. Therefore, I guess that is, of course, that doesn't mean, but also we can apply, as Nagarjuna says, in emptiness, everything is possible. Because it's empty, Therefore, everything is possible. If it's not empty, nothing is possible. If it's not empty, nothing is possible. Because empty, everything is possible. Of course, that's referring to some little bit more than that. But again, we can also kind of what that really means is, of course, I'm kind of using it for slightly different here, but what it really means is, everything is possible because when there is change in cause and conditions, the result can be changed. Yeah? When you change the cause and condition, then you can change the result. The result, whatever experiences or situations or event or whatever, they are result of certain cause and conditions coming together that lead to that event, that lead to that conditions, that lead to that circumstances, that lead to that kind of experiences. If we can change those cause and conditions, then it could have different circumstances, different events, different experiences. But it is not empty. If everything is inherently existent, everything becomes status, rigid status. Nothing can be changed. So you cannot change the event. You cannot change the circumstance. You cannot change the experience by changing the cause and condition. So everything becomes fixed. If it's a problem, it will always become problem. Problem cannot be fixed. It's a suffering. It will always remain a suffering. Cannot transform into something else. Cannot change into something else. And therefore, samsara becomes fixed status. Therefore, there's no way to get out of samsara. There's no way to get out of samsara. So liberation is not possible. Liberation is not possible. But because they are empty, our mind is empty of inherent existence, because those delusions are empty of inherent existence, and all others, therefore the mind can be changed. The delusion can be overcome by changing the cause and conditions. Therefore, liberation is possible. So liberation becomes possible, or freedom from the samsara and to achieve liberations become possible because our mind and delusion are not inherently existent. If they are inherently existent, you can try to meditate, practice, whatever, it can never be changed. Status. So that is what the meaning of Nagarjuna, that statements of actually it was a kind of his counter kind of argument to the argument from the other school of thoughts, where they says, if everything is not inherently existence, then samsara nirvana will not be possible. That was, and then Nagarjuna counter argue, it's the other way around, not that way. Actually, it's because it's empty of inherent existence, all is possible. If it's not inherently empty of not inherent existence, it will not possible. So that is his counter kind of argument to the argument they try to make to him. So that is in terms of. But what I was saying here is, when we have realization that emptiness, it makes possible so many things. Whereas when you don't have understanding of emptiness, our mind becomes so rigid and so fixed and can't see the possibilities. And the other possibilities. and all of that. So we're back to the dependent arisings. So we are talking about, everything that exists and whatever their functionings are, all these things, objects, phenomena, exist and function and have that existence of the as that objects is on the basis of certain collection of the parts and on the basis of collections or coming together of those parts and having certain functioning of those different objects. On the basis of that, then is merely imputed. There is a basis to impute it, but whatever that object is imputed, whether as a self, Geshe Sherab, whether it's as a table, as a cup, iPad, clock, the glass, the flowers, the scarf, all of them, are merely imputed. It's merely imputed. The table does not exist as a table by itself. The table is merely imputed. The iPad does not exist as an iPad from its own side. It's merely imputed on the basis of all these parts together and has certain functionings. This clock does not exist as a clock by itself. The so-called clock is merely imputed. The glass that hold the flower, it does not exist as a glass from its own side. There are certain material, put together in a certain way, and it has certain functionings. On the basis of that, the glass, so-called the glass, is merely imputed. And the flowers, you plant certain seed, due to that, it grows with certain shape, colors, patterns, whatever. It has certain functionings, maybe give some of them give food to the bees and others, and other functioning, different functions, maybe, but is on the basis of that, then is the so-called flower is merely imputed, merely designated. And that is the same with all the objects, all the physical matters, from the biggest, the galaxy universe, to the smallest, and all the minds, from the most gross mind to the most subtle minds, and all other phenomena. Everything exists by merely, on the basis of merely imputations, merely designations. And that is the more subtle level of dependent arisings. And we will talk a little bit more on that. And when you have that realization, that is where you have the realization of emptiness. This understanding of dependent arisings. Not the previous two help to lead towards that, but having that understanding does not really doesn't understand the emptiness. But when you have understanding realization, these subtle dependent arisings. And I think we will kind of talk and discuss a little bit later. Okay. Okay. Changjo, Semjo, Rembo, Che, Ma, Ge, Pa, Na, Ge, Gyu, Che, Gyawa, Nyamba, Me, Pa, Kong Le, Kong Du, Pe, Wa, So the food offering. So first we do the, bless by transforming all the food, into the nectars. In essence, is the, enlightened, transcendental wisdom with a great bliss, that is manifested into nectar that is transformed into different aspect of the food. And then, we make offering to the Guru, the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, and charity to all sentient beings. And then, then that is. So, Oma, 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 Lama, Sangye, Lama, Shin Lama Yen De Kun Ki Che Po Lama De Lama Nam La Che Pampo Oma Oma Oma. Okay, so yeah, we just okay.
Bethany? Oh, so good. So good. Had a smaller table, you could use them as steps.
I might want to take some questions if anyone has questions. Yes, there seems to be many, quite few.
Hi. So this question relates to our 5 abstracts. So within these abstracts we have, within our 5 aggregates, and within these aggregates we have abstract composites. So my understanding of an abstract composite is it's something that can't act or be perceived on its own. It always has to be associated with something else. So, for example, the abstract composite of ageing can't be perceived on its own. It can only be perceived when it's associated with something else like a person or an object or a flower. So I understand that in the abstract composites that we have within our 5 aggregates include karmic seeds, latencies of afflictions, and persons. So I have 2 questions. One is, are there any other abstract composites besides these 3 in our aggregates? And the one that's called persons, is that the same as the conventional self?
Well, you have a different list of aggregate than what you find in Buddhist scriptures. In the scriptures, of course, like Heart Sutra and all others, you find the 5 aggregates. If you kind of contains, then is 2 aggregates, physical aggregates and mental aggregates. And of course, within the mental aggregate, then the feeling and discriminating mind, which are part of the mental factors aggregate. And then compositional factors, mind is all other mental factors, like 49, rest of the 49 mental. And then consciousness, referring to the primary consciousness, which are the 5 senses and mental primary consciousness. So again, those are the kind of those are the aggregates that kind of are the 5 aggregates that are the basis for such as the person, human beings. So in those explanations, the person is not, I wouldn't say the persons as the self, because when you say person, then it's much more, it could be self, it could be other person, when you say self, it's more kind of personal one, yourself. When you say persons, then general. But of course, if you are talking about the person who you are and self, then yeah, we can say conventional existing self and person in the same. If you are referring to yourself, then yeah, that is same. Whether we call it person or whether we call it self. So the person itself is not part of the aggregate. It is something that has been imputed as a person or as a self on those aggregates. So I don't know whether that answers your questions or not. Whether that clear your questions or answer your question, I'm not 100% sure.
I guess it sort of does. I mean, I've read that there are many types of abstract composites, but like impermanence is one and motion is another one. All these sort of things, but they don't seem to be things that would be associated with aggregates of a human being or a sentient being. But the one that is called persons, which I read in a book somewhere, that did seem to me to be something that would be potentially linked to the conventional self. An abstract composite isn't something in and of itself. It's always something that's associated with something else. It can't be perceived on its own. It's part of or imputation on something else. And the conventional self seemed to me to fit that sort of description, but I wasn't sure, which is why I was asking you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just a bit further clarification, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, the compositional, not conventional existing self and the conventional existing the person yourself is the same. Yeah. And in terms of the impermanent dot, it is not specifically kind of, counted as aggregate, but of course, all of those aggregates are part of impermanent nature, They all are impermanent nature. The physical aggregates, the feeling, discriminating mind, compositional factor of mind, conscience, they all are impermanent. So they all have that nature.
Geshe, in
Yes.
Three Principal Aspects of the Path, it mentions a special quality of the Prasangika view is appearances eliminate the extreme of existence and emptiness eliminates the extreme of non-existence. In terms of that second one, is that because of cause and effect, or does it mean something different?
Appearance
Eliminates the extreme of existence,
yeah.
and emptiness eliminates the extreme of non-existence.
Yeah. When you talk about emptiness, we are not talking about nothingness. We are talking about empty of some things.
Yep.
And so empty of what? Empty of inherent existence. And it is empty of inherent existence because it's dependent arisings.
Right.
And therefore, if it's something dependent arising, then it means it exists.
Not non-existent.
Yeah,
Yep.
because
Yeah.
dependent arisings equals existence.
So it's sort of that cause and effect.
Yeah, not necessarily always cause and effect, but dependent arising.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
yeah, thank you. There we have there.
Okay, so I think this lady had her, and then.
Okay.
Thank you, Geshe. Yeah, it has to be up to my mouth. Thank you. In an early part of the teaching this morning, you said that if something exists truly, it becomes clearer and more, with more and more investigation. And that if something is false, the deeper you go, the more and more unfindable it is. In a sense, this seems to be true of all concepts, which you showed really beautifully with the table and the flower and the bald head. But
Bald eagle or bald head?
the bald head. No. Bald eagle is a different thing, and it is inherently existent. So, yes. No. So at what point does concept fall away and direct realization happen? I mean, what is happening there? And it seems like there is one moment of one thing, and then the next moment is of something completely different. And I find that mildly disconcerting. So how does it happen?
It doesn't happen immediately.
No.
Okay. If we talk about the gradual path, we talk about 5 paths, whether it's Bodhisattva path or path towards Arhat. And, and it's a gradual, path of accumulations, next path of preparation, and next path of seeing. And you have direct realization only at the path of seeing. In the first path of accumulation, you have the realization of emptiness, but you don't have the direct realization. You have more realization through more concept, inferential. And even within the path of accumulation, there are 3 stages. And path of preparation, there are 4 stages. Again, you develop progressively, in the first path, the path of accumulations, initial, middle, grade. And then in terms of the second path of preparation, known as the state of heat, and peak, supreme phenomena or dharma. I'm missing one. Third one is that the supreme phenomena of dharma is the 4th one, and the 4th one is the stages of what is called, peaceful. And again, and so as you continue to meditate on emptiness, same with impermanent. At the very beginning, you have realization, or as you meditate, it requires less and less. As you get better and better, and as you have more familiarity with that practice, and more stronger level, it requires less and less reasoning or less inference. The whole idea of that inference or reasoning logic is to have stronger convictions. The more you have, the stronger. And once you reach certain convictions, you don't need those reason to have that convictions. It is familiarizing your mind with that. And so as you progress, it becomes less and less dualistic. At the very beginning, there's more dualistic, more concepts. And then it requires less and less concept. And then slowly you reach a point where you can have that understanding, realization without having to use any more reasoning and logic, without any more reasoning that inferentials. Yeah.
Thank you, Geshe. You were talking about the rope and the snake, which is a great story. So fear arises when you don't see that it is in fact a snake. So fear comes from ignorance.
Yes.
Ignorance of rope.
Yes.
Ignorance of rope.
Rope, ignorance of rope being snake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fear comes from ignorance, basically. I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So fear arises in our lives when we don't understand that it's not the way we see it. Is that right? Things are not the way we see they are, the way we think they are. Things are different.
I think.
And emptiness is the foundation of all of that, that it depends on our point of view. I'm trying to gather these threads together. Fear comes because we're ignorant. And once we get rid of ignorance by understanding emptiness, then everything should be fine.
Then you have less fear.
Yeah, you have less
and
fear.
Eventually no fear.
And eventually no fear. So fear of the condition of the world, you don't have fear of that either.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
One of the things is a lot of fear arises because we're attached to a lot of things.
Okay. Attached
know.
to outcome, as you said at lunch.
Yeah, one is, I have fear of I have fear of my good health
Yeah.
or having a bad health because I'm attached to my good health. I'm fear of losing my loved ones
Yeah.
because I'm attached to them.
Fear of
I have fear of to see the world in a bad condition because I'm attached to idea of certain world that I want to see.
Okay.
There can be compassion without attachment or attachments. And when there is a compassion without attachment, then that doesn't lead to that kind of fear. There is sense of concern,
Yeah.
care, wanting to see things better and all, but there is no kind of grasping, clinging because of the attachments, and so there is less fear of that, and so the fear, if we check, a lot of those fears come from attachments, and also of course some others directly from the ignorance. Those come from attachment, even they are rooted in ignorance, because that ignorance, that attachment is very much rooted in that ignorance. So basically, they all come from ignorance, but some of them directly from the ignorance. Some of them, the ignorance lead to the attachment, and attachment lead to that fears, kind of more indirectly. And so, so in order either way to not to have the fear, then we have to overcome the attachments and the ignorance, which is the root of the attachment itself. And in order to overcome that ignorance, then definitely we need a wisdom realizing emptiness.
Wisdom. So, for instance, fear of anti-Semitism. I am terrified because I'm a Jew. Now, how realistic is that, please?
How realistic? Which one?
How realistic is it for me to be terrified because anti-Semitism is very strong?
Mm-hmm.
How realistic am I to be attached to the idea that I could be targeted?
Uh-huh.
Is that unrealistic, or is that ignorance, or
Maybe sometimes we might be overthinking.
Might
be overthinking.
overthinking?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
There is. I think definitely we have to be
Okay.
more careful
Okay.
because of the situations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Because depending on what kind of environment you live in,
Yep. Yep.
certain individuals, might be more kind of in target or more dangerous.
Yes.
And there is no doubt in certain situations, you have to be more mindful, more careful.
Okay.
But sometimes also we can overthink it, and that can lead to being a paranoid, kind of, and then develop sometimes unnecessary over fears.
Okay.
For example, of course, most part of the countries, also in United States, in especially I think maybe last some years, there has been more kind of what you call attack, or more kind of towards the outsider, let's say immigrants, or outsiders, and that. And of course, there is news, and there is a fact and reality. It does happen, But that is few cases. But when the news report all the time, so it feels like it is happening all day, every week, and it is happening everywhere with all the immigration, everything. That's not a fact, I'm an immigrant. They can see I'm not from somewhere, even with my face, even with my color, and especially with my robe, it's very obvious. But I haven't experienced so much of that. And nor many of my friends that I know have experienced that. Does that mean no one experienced? Absolutely, there are people who experience. So I don't live in that kind of fear. Of course, someone can attack me. And someone can attack me in my own places. I go in Nepal and I could be attacked by someone criminal, thief, or someone who is disturbed. Who knows what? And so, so I don't try to allow myself to live in that kind of fear by thinking, oh, I could be attacked. I could be attacked, or someone might attack me, or someone is going, because it doesn't change the situation. Whether I have the fear or not, it doesn't change someone's mind or someone's behavior and attitude. But what it does is it will make you, too much fear then make you sick, and so therefore, the fact reality, definitely there is some of that. We have to be more mindful, careful, but not allow ourselves to be too fearful by thinking too much on all of that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Overthinking. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Geshe. I was just wondering about consciousness. We're always talking about consciousness, and you were saying that there's no death and no birth from its own side, that when our consciousness leaves the body at that very moment, then there's the next rebirth. But where in our body, in this existing body, where does consciousness reside? Sometimes we might be knocked on the head and we're unconscious. Well, we're not dead because consciousness is still there somewhere. Could you help me out with that?
Oh, I wish I can locate that.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm getting to. Yeah.
Well, just as I was reciting the verses from the Aradeva this morning, in one way, you could say it recites all part of that, all part of our bodies. It's pervaded in all part of our bodies. That is why we feel everywhere, But of course, in some tantric teachings, it talk about specifically in central channels, in the heart and central channels. That's the way it resides. But again, there is some, what you call differences. Where is that exactly? And so within that there are some differences. Some teachers, masters, commentary, when we say about in the center of the heart, it doesn't mean this heart, the organs. It's more of kind of psychologists, psychic heart and psychic centers. It's not something that so obviously physical that you can actually locate and this is it. But in terms of description, they do talk about that is, finally, that is where the first mind starts, and then eventually when the mind leaves, that is where it lives from that. From the center of the mind, center of the heart, central channels. So there is there is an clearly mentioning exactly what that is and where that is. So therefore, something is not talking about physical, the organs. When we talk about in the center of the heart, it's more of psychic. When you do meditations, you visualize certain channels and nadis and chakras, and then those are not necessarily the kind of the real, very strong physical that we can see, and in the meditation, and so it's in the center of that. So, so I cannot say for sure in terms of exact physical locations where it is. But that is the explanations that you see.
Thank you.
Yes. I think it might not be on. Yeah.
Coming back to what you were saying this morning, relating to, I'm not sure how you say it, Pasangika, something like that.
Yeah.
And you were talking about an object, and you were talking about an object of mind. You mentioned a middle way, and you mentioned that, to my understanding, that the object out there has no true existence. So I'm just trying to talk through this so I can make sure I understand what you're saying. So it's fairly easy to understand that from the point of view of a table. The mind constructs the table, I get that. But when you deconstruct down to an indivisible particle or an atom or something like that, from a Prasangika point of view, does the atom exist out there, or is it still only a part of the mind, assuming it's visible, right?
So again, within the Buddhist school of thought and within the Mahayana tenets, Mind Holy School and Middle Way schools. In the Mind Holy School, there is no external phenomena. It's all mind. It's all creation of the mind. And they explain, our mind carry the imprint from the past. And that imprint, kind of half become the object and half become the subject that perceive the objects. So both the objects that we are experiencing, the cup that my mind is experiencing, the object of the mind, the cup that, as well as the mind that is perceiving them, they both are creation of my mind. So there's nothing external from its own side. Prasangika have a different view on that. They don't reject or refuse the external world. They say there is external world, internal world. Okay? This cup is external world, and it is external, due to certain atoms, different coming together, and with many other conditions, then this cup is created. And that is external objects, whereas mind is internal objects. So they don't disagree with the Minor Holy School, where in Minor School there is no external, all is all coming from the mind. But Prasangika, even though there is external world and internal world, but again, both the external and internal worlds is merely imputed by the mind on the basis of certain conditions. So in terms of this cup, due to coming together of certain atoms, physical atoms and other things put together, and it has certain functionings. On the basis of that, then our mind impute this as a cup. The so-called cup is merely imputed on basis something which is not cup from its own side. Okay, so it doesn't reject the external world, but the concept, the so-called the cup or cupness is there's nothing from its own side. It is just merely imputed by the mind on these objects when it's put together in certain way and when it has certain functionings. So therefore, it doesn't exist as a cup from its own side. The so-called the cup is merely imputed. So therefore, in other words, there's no cupness from its own side. So that is what the Prasangika.
Thank you. Just one more question, just taking that a little bit further. So if you're doing a meditation on emptiness and you're trying to identify the I or whatever, and you come to the conclusion that there's nothing to pinpoint or whatever, then there's still something there. Like you mentioned a cupness, right? So there's a somethingness, whatever you call it. What is that, emptiness, or is that?
So then again, you go back, and it just lead to nothing. So if it is not the basis, what is that basis? And so whatever you say, but even that basis, whatever you call it, even that's merely imputed on something. And then what is that? That is merely imputed the basis. You go and the same thing. You cannot find and pinpoint anything that you come to conclusions. This is something existed as that object from its own side. And so then you can go to the most subtle atoms, even so-called the basis of everything, the most subtle atom, even that's merely imputed on the basis of how atom comes into, that smallest atom come into the existence, whatever cause and conditions that bring together. And when different cause and condition bring together to create that, on the basis of that, then we give it, we label it as atoms, cork, or whatever we give it, this is merely imputed again. And so that kind of analysis, you can go back even to the smallest and same analysis.
Thank you. So the atom still exists out there.
Yes, atom exists,
yeah,
but not from its own side.
That's very
Yeah.
believing, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, it is not to say the atom doesn't exist. The atom exists. Even the cup exists. Yeah. But it does not exist the way it appears to our mind and the way we perceive it to exist. It exists in a very different than the way it appears to exist. It's just like the rope and snake. There's a rope. It doesn't negate the rope, but the problem is the rope appears as a snake, and that is where the mistake is, Okay. So then, going back to this morning, as I was saying, many of the Buddhist schools of thought and also non-Buddhist school of thought, they all have difficulties of extracting something exists if it does not exist from its own side. That is where they have. And so therefore, when they try to find, then they find in something. Some school of thought, when they try to find the self, At the end, some of them find in the continuity of the consciousness, or that some of school, then the mind only school, they come with this idea of the alaya, or the mind basis of all, that continue all the time. And they said that because that one continue, even though many others consciousness stop when we die, but that consciousness continues. So they find that self in that. And other even the Sotantrika Madhyamika, they find in a mental consciousness. They say the sense consciousness, when we die, they cease. The sense consciousness doesn't continue, but the mental consciousness continue. And therefore, they say they find the self in that, they will say that mind, the mental consciousness. But Prasangika refute that, because if you use the same analysis to that mental consciousness that continue, it cannot withstand the same analysis, again, same way, just as the self, this table cannot withstand that kind of ultimate analysis, also that cannot, And a lot of time also, a lot of people, we also feel maybe that consciousness might be the one, because that is the one which carry the karmic seed, and that is the one which kind of continue, But again, the whole thing is, if you use the same analysis, it cannot withstand, because all consciousness, whether it is a sense consciousness, mental, whether it is mental factors, or whether it is a primary mind, or whether it is a mental consciousness, whether it is a gross mind, subtle mind, more subtle mind, all of those minds are subjects. And all of those minds have the objects. The subjects, mind, there is no mind or subject that can exist independent of the objects. The object can be external, internal, but it need to have objects for any kind of mind. Whether it's a positive mind, negative mind, whether it's mistaken mind, unmistaken mind, neutral mind, whatever, the mind cannot exist by itself without depending on it. Always need to have objects. So that mind, any mind, even the mind that continue, that perceive the objects, to be able to perceive that objects, there's many moments of that mind. With the many moments of that mind coming together, has ability to perceive the objects. Without all this moment not coming together, it doesn't have the ability to perceive the objects. So sometimes it look consciousness, when we talk consciousness, very, very quick, So for example, this moment, or let's say sound, is very quick. Of course, consciousness is even more quick than that, much more. But again, even that is made of many, many moments. And it helps. For me, it helped, like I always share, Once I had to go to a recording studio for some project for the school. That was the only time I have been to. I have never been to a recording studio before that. And that is when I was recording, and then recorded the person who is there, that's when I noticed, how in the recording studio, when I say just one like syllable or word like that, it's made of so many, when he break, and then become So there you can see all the break, the moments. Normally you cannot see that moment. Normally it's hard for me to recognize in that word there's so many, of course, I didn't count and I didn't ask him how many, but how many moments, I don't know. And that so many moments make that word are. And if you take each of those moments, then it cannot make that word are. This moment is not that are, this moment is not that, this moment, each of them are not. You know? And so, and later I also learned that motion movies are similar, you know, is hundreds or thousands of still movies that make them motion or moving, you know. So again, if you take each of those still real, then they are not that, even it's a flash of moving, you know, whatever that moment of flash of moving is made of all this. Without each of them, it cannot be that one. And same consciousness like that. Any particular consciousness that perceives whatever object is made of so many moments. So if you try to find, is this moment the self? Is this moment the self? Is this moment the self? Then it is not. Because each of those moments doesn't have the functionings of the self. Doesn't have that functioning. Each of those moments doesn't have the functioning of that consciousness that perceives that objects. You know? And so when you do that analysis, again, even that cannot withstand. And so therefore, even that is empty of inherent existence. That is where we say is, dependent arising by depending on all these different moments. Whatever consciousness, that consciousness to function as that particular consciousness, it depends on all the different moments that make that consciousness to be able to perceive that object. You know, but each of those moments are not them, nor you can find outside of those moments. And so again, the analysis is the same. So where did I start this from? Why did I start it that? Where did I start it? Now I'm trying to go back to where, how this came in about. I was talking about how the other school of thoughts have difficulties of establishing something exists if it cannot be found within the objects or part of the objects. And just like we struggle to establish something exists if we cannot find objectively. And so that was where I was talking. And whereas prasangika, they reject or refute the existence from its own side or objectively, but at the same time, they can exist in functions on nominal level or merely level, even on the merely level that they can exist and they can functions. So that is where. And that's where we are talking about dependent arising, that subtle kind of dependent arisings, and we talked about this morning. Also, prasangya, they also talk about another, which I think we discussed a little bit now, of mutual dependent arisings. Mutual dependent arisings, meaning for something to exist, it has to depend on the others. A to exist, it has to depend on the B. B to exist, it has to depend on A. So it is another level of dependent arisings. So I'm giving just A, B example, but to make it more clear. For object to exist, it depends on the subjects. The object to exist as an object, it depends on the subjects. If there's no subject, it cannot be object. So it cannot exist as an object. For the subject to exist as a subject, it depends on the object. If there's no object, it cannot be subject. And therefore, it cannot exist as a subject. And again, it's a very unique presentation, prasangika. Again, all other school of thought, all other Buddhist school of thoughts, they have same kind of more or less understanding. How do you define someone as existence? Something as existence. How do you define something as existence? And more or less all schools have same thought. If there is a valid cognizer that perceives the objects, then that object is established as an existence, whether there is a valid cognizer or not, perceiving that objects. That is more or less all the school of thought. So for this cup to establish this cup to exist, it exists because there is a valid eye sense consciousness that perceives this cup, because there is a direct sense, there is a direct valid cognizers that perceive, which is unmistaken valid cognizer. And then how do you define that cognizer to exist? So you can define this exists because of that eye sense consciousness, valid cognizer that perceive that. But how can you define that valid cognizer exists? And then different schools come with different ideas. Then some schools say there is another mind that perceives that, valid cognizers. How do you do that? And there is another valid cognizer that perceives, And then the mind only, and some of them is doesn't. Then it becomes endless. So because it becomes endless, then they come with this theory of what we call self-cognizers. This consciousness of self-cognizers called. So while you perceive the cup, at the same time there is consciousness simultaneously perceiving the consciousness, self-cognizing. So you don't need another consciousness, but that's the consciousness itself perceiving that at the same time, and that self-cognizes. And so it doesn't become endless. And then, Prasangika said, you don't have to, you don't have to worry and you don't have to overthink all of that. It's as simple, their explanation, mutual dependent arisings. There's objects, the object exists as an object because there is subjects. How do you define there is objects? Because there is a subject that perceives the objects. How do you define the subject to exist? Because there is an object that is being perceived. That is enough. You don't need another consciousness that perceives that subject mind, nor it need to have another so-called self-cognizer mind that is cognizing that. But just by having objects, you can define there is a subject. Just by having subject, you can define its existence because there is objects. You can define objects as existing because there is a subject. So that is what the whole dependent arising. And so also they give examples of many others, here and there. This side of mountain, that side of mountains. There is this side of mountains, or the idea of this side of mountain because there is that side of mountain. In relation to that, you can say there is this. If there is no other side, there is no mountain, you cannot say this side of the mountain. Nor if there is no this side of the mountain, you cannot say that side of the mountains. They are mutually dependent arising. To be this side of the mountain, depend on the other side of the mountain. To other side of the mountain, to exist as other side of the mountain, it depends on this side of the mountain. Small to exist, it depends on big. Big to exist, it depends on small. If there's no small, you cannot define this big. If there's no big, you can define it as a small. How do you define something as small or big? We talk about something small in relation to, because there is something big in relation to small. There is something big in relation. So that is what they call mutually dependent arisings. And again, it is kind of, quite profound. I would say kind of profound concept of dependent arisings. Of course, we already talk about depending on cause and condition, depending arising in terms of its part, depending arising in terms of the consciousness and the mind imputing, labeling it. But on top of that, also they have this concept of dependent arisings. How you can define the object to exist as an object independent of the subjects. How you define the subject to exist as a subject by depending on the objects. So anyway, so that's dependent. We're talking about dependent arisings, especially in the subtle Prasangya point of view and in that subtle. So this morning I was saying, how when you have this understanding of dependent arising, then how we, then you have the realization of emptiness. That is where Lam Tsongkhapa in his praise to dependent arising, where Lam Tsongkhapa says, the very moment you see the dependent arisings, I think I also said, the very moment you realize or see the dependent arising, that very moment, if it can destroy the object of the ignorance, at that time, then, you have accomplished or you have understood the final thought of the Buddha, the emptiness. And that is where that comes, that dependent arisings. The moment you see that dependent arisings, where it can destroy the clinging and the grasping that ignorance grabs. That is inherently existence, grasping of inherent existence. And then at that time, then you have completed or understood the Buddha's final thoughts, the emptiness. And that is where we are talking about dependent on final, subtle dependent arising, how everything is merely imputed, that dependent arisings. Because when you understand that dependent arising, how the object exists only on the basis merely imputed. And when you say merely imputed, what does merely, there's in the word, in terms of concept, there is a word, but also when you think concept, merely imputed means, there's not something. Merely means it's not something, but merely imputed. So what does it show? Merely imputed means there's no inherent or exist from its own side. So while you see dependent arising, at the same time, you see non-existence from its own side. Because you see it's merely imputed. That is what the meaning have that. Not only in the word, but in the concept when we have that understanding. Because you understand the objects as existence on the basis merely imputed, on the basis of merely imputed. So with that dependent arising, you see existence. You see existence because you see dependent arisings. But because it's merely imputed, so what it negates is existence from its own side or existence inherently. And so therefore, when you have that, then you understand there is no inherent existence or there is no existence on its own side. And when you have that, then that is when, you have the correct understanding of emptiness. You find the middle way, not fall into any of the extreme. You see it existing because you see it's dependent arising. At the same time, so you don't fall in nihilism. While you don't fall in nihilism because you see its existence because dependent arising, at the same time, you don't fall in the other extreme or eternalism, internalism, eternalisms, where you believe inherent existence from its own side because you see is merely imputed, and so therefore it do not exist inherently in that, and so there you don't fall in that, and then you find that the middle way, the right, unmistaken concept or realization of emptiness. So in order to have correct realization of emptiness, then we need to have that understanding of the final, the subtle dependent arising. And that is where we talk about as today at the very beginning, the meaning of emptiness as being dependent arising as being the meaning of emptiness, as being equal. So dependent arisings and emptiness are two sides of one coin, if you can put it that way. We are talking about the reality of same objects, but it's two sides of one coin. It's the same coin, one tail and one head. And so, same way, you are describing the reality of the same objects from, like the two sides of the same coin. One is from the side of negations, and one is from the side of affirming. One is negation part is how things do not exist, and affirming is dependent arising, how things exist. But basically describing the same objects or reality of same objects. One is the way you describe is how it do not exist. From the negation point, it do not exist inherently. It do not exist from its own side. It do not exist truly. So that is the negation side of describing the reality of that object. And then other is how it exists. It exists by depending on cause, condition. It exists by depending on its part. It exists by depending on the thought that impute and all of that. So then it's describing same object, more kind of affirming or how it exists. If that is the case, why we talk so much about the negation part, the emptiness part? Why don't we just focus on how it exists? Affirming part, the dependent arising, that seems much more easy to digest. Yeah? dependent arising seems much more easy to understand and digest, you know. Whereas when it comes to emptiness, it seems more complicating. If they are same, equal, you know, the meaning of emptiness is dependent, the meaning of dependence is emptiness. If they are the same coin, same side of, if they are the same coin, and, you know, so why do we talk too much about emptiness and not just focus on dependent arisings? Why is that? Maybe they want to complicate us, you know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Never mind.
Thank you. Yeah. Because if you look all the sutras, volumes of hundreds sutras of the Buddhas, the most volume of sutra on particular subjects is Prajnaparamita Sutras, which are on emptiness. There are 16 volumes of that, in just that Prajnaparamita Sutras. You know, 100,000 stanzas, which is 12 volumes, and then extensive, the middle volumes, you know, 20,000, 3 volumes, and then, you know, 8,000, 1 volumes. And those are not even included, like such as Has Sutra and Diamond Katra Sutras. Those are another sections, smaller ones. So there is, you know, on other subjects, there are some, you know, like Bodhisattva's general kind of practice on method, there are like 6 volumes. And so different volume, different subject. The most one is on Prajnaparamita. And if you read Prajnaparamita, it's all about no in emptiness. Just like you read in Has Sutra. And so when you go in the more details, the list is longer. You know, in Has Sutra, everything is shortened from ignorance to death and age. It doesn't go each of 12 links. It doesn't describe each of them, and also the 12 senses and 18 elements and all these. So if you go into those longer versions, then those lists are. So in emptiness, there is no ignorance. In emptiness, then there is no action. In emptiness, there is no consciousness, no name and form, you know, no senses, no. So those lists goes, and then the list go more and more, all of that. Of course, once a while you can find Buddha explaining how everything exists on nominal level or merely level, but not so much. There's mentioning of that here and there, 1 line, 2 lines, but it's all about negations. How things do not exist. If you read all the Nagarjuna's writing and all the greats, it's all negations. Do they talk about dependent arising? Yes, but again, you find a couple of lines in each of their writings. Few sentences, not so much detail. All is with different reason, different logic, imputing, negating of truly existing, inherent existence. All on that negation part. Why do they spend so much time on the negation part and not on the affirming or the dependent arisings? You wonder.
Understand the object
of negation, so that you know what it's not empty of, or what it's, so you don't fall into nihilism.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something like that. You have to understand, the object of negation, what is being negated, has to be understood. I think that's my very basic
Okay.
something.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, as you mentioned, definitely one is, in order to have realizations of the subtle dependent arising, you need to have some understanding of negating. When you say merely imputed, to have that understanding, merely imputed, you need to have understanding of how it do not exist inherently or truly existence. Without that understanding that is not truly existing, then even if we say merely imputed, it will be just word and have not the real realizations, Yes, please.
Just from my point of view, maybe it's we humans make too many excuses on why things do exist permanently.
Okay. Yeah. I think similar. Again, this is something that fascinated me too, I haven't seen any explanation, any kind of that, but it's something I was also fascinated, because dependent arising seems to be easy to understand and less complicating. And if they are same, why Buddha and all those great commentaries, all the great Indian earlier masters, all of them, all their Nagarjuna has written so many books, all of them mostly negations, and Chandrakirtis, Aryadeva, all of them, and that is something that kind of, and I come to some kind of my conclusion, but I could be totally wrong, just like we all are sharing, because as I said, because I haven't seen any commentary or any explanations, but, sometimes I have those kind of questions and I keep on thinking and contemplating and trying to make sense of it. And over the years, at the moment, I feel it could be while what they are describing is to help us to understand the middle way, the Buddha and all these comments, Nagarjuna and all those great masters, is to help us to have the correct understanding of the middle way, not to fall in one of the extremes. Okay, to help us to free from the one of two extremes. And
did Lama Tsongkhapa write in praise of negation?
Not really, but like Lama Tsongkhapa was writing, most of his writings are big writings. One is commentary to Nagarjuna's fundamental treatise, big thick one. There's another big thick one, commentary to Chandrakirti's Madhyamika, and both of them are negation mostly. Lama Tsongkhapa did write praise to dependent arising, very small. Few pages, not a big, thick book like that. So yeah, I was saying. So I think what they are trying to is help us to find a middle way, not falling. And the danger for us in terms of true extreme, we don't have danger of falling into extreme of nihilism. in our everyday life. We always have danger of falling the other extreme all the time, 24 hours. I see cup here. I don't see there is no cup. I have no problem with that every day. I don't feel that there is no iPad. I don't feel that there is no table. I don't see there's no me, my feelings, my emotions, my thoughts, all. But every time, whatever I see, there is inherent existence, appearance, and grasping to that. Everything I hear, there's inherent existence, the object, what I'm hearing, from its own side inherently, and there is grasping to that. Everything I smell, there's a so delicious smell from that objective side, from its own side inherently, and grasping to that. Everything I taste, everything I touch, everything that I think, there is always appearance of inherent the existence of that object and clinging, grasping to that. So that is the problem we have, that extreme. Not the other extreme of nihilism. And so therefore the focus in that, focus to overcome that extreme. If we have a problem of falling in nihilism, then the focus will be on dependent arising. If we don't have problem with the extreme of eternalism, but if we have a problem with the nihilism, then they all will focus more on dependent arising. And therefore, that is why the focus is on that. Focus on that, because without overcoming that strong stream of that, there's no way to find middle way. There's no way to find middle way and correct understanding emptiness without overcoming that extreme. And I think that is where, with Buddha and all the commentaries emphasize so much on that one and not so much on others, even though they do explain they are kind of same. That is my thought, why they might be emphasizing so much on that, because our everyday experiences. Every day our experience is more related with that extreme than other extreme, the extreme of nihilism. Day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year, life after life. We have always fall in that extreme more than nihilisms. And that need to be, taken care of. To find the middle way. So when we do meditation on emptiness, how things do not exist on the negations part, and if you feel like you are falling in nihilism, if you feel like there's nothing, then you have to focus, then you have in your practice meditation, then you try to focus more on dependent arising so that you don't fall in that. Do you get it? When you try to meditate on emptiness, to do the negation part, the emptiness part, and when you try to do those analyses, and as you do that analysis, and it would come to the conclusion, and when it comes to conclusions, if you feel there is danger of falling in nihilism, that you feel like there's nothing at all and there is feeling danger of falling in nihilism, then you try to focus on how things exist in dependent arisings, and then so that it helps you not to fall in that nihilism and focus on dependent arisings. Otherwise, also in meditations, if you read some of the instructions on meditations by how to meditate on emptiness by Kedu Rinpoche and Lama Tsongkhapa's main disciple and some others earlier masters, as well as I was advised by some of my own personal teachers, that to focus on the negation part for the beginner first, mostly focus on the negation part in your meditations. Mm. If you, it is. I don't know if the example can be helpful or not, but like we see certain good qualities in someone, kind, compassions, forgiving, tolerance, all these positive qualities. Okay, someone has all these positive qualities, wonderful qualities. But maybe he or she might not be very intelligent and smart. Okay. But based on those all good qualities, sometimes we think everything they do is good, great. We cannot see it kind of bias. It kind of bias our mind. It kind of, what you call, obscure our mind. And from being able to see that actions was not smart, that actions was not intelligence, to be able to, by seeing everything just fine and good in that way, that could be one problem we could have, Another problem is you see some bad quality of that person's, okay? Whatever that bad qualities, that can be negative qualities. Someone is maybe unkind, not forgiving, impatience, short temper, angry persons, but who might be very smart and very intelligent. So sometimes we see all this negative side, and then again it obscures some of the other positive quality they have. And again, our mind will get biased, obscure from seeing that. And then we tend to see that person negative in every way. Other in every way in positive, and this one negative in every way. So how do we do, in the first case, when we see, you see some positive qualities, but unable to see some of the shortcoming and fault, and where you kind of obscure all that, then to have a better pictures of that person's and reality of that person's, and not be deceived by that, and to really see, you have to focus on their shortcomings, because your mind is being biased and obscure by just focusing on all the positive qualities when they have that shortcoming and sometimes to have the better understanding of that person so that you don't get kind of misled and deceived and find more reality and more what you call objective in that way, then you see how even though very kind, compassion, all these great qualities at the same time, maybe, there's not enough intelligence, wisdom, smart, all of that. On the other hand, because you see some negative qualities, and then because of that, you see that person as negative in every way, which is not truth, which is not the reality of that person's. And also that is misleading, misguiding. Also that is, deceiving and being biased. So then we focus on the whatever positive quality they have. And it helps, by doing that, it helps us to see the whole reality better, unbiased, bigger, broader pictures of reality of the persons. Similarly here, same thing, we see the thing's existence. Not only we think the thing exists, on top of that, then we started to project, overseeing by projecting the inherent existence, which is not the reality. Which is not the reality. You see the existence. There's nothing wrong with that. There is the existence. But then on top of that, then you overproject. Your mind overproject, that is seeing them in hidden existence. And to counter that, to see the reality, then you have to negate, how they do not exist inherently, the way it appears and the way we perceive to exist. And so that helps us to see the reality better. On the other hand, if we have danger of falling in nihilisms, because when we try to see non-existence of inherent existence, and if it fall or exists from its own side or objectively, if there is a danger of falling in nihilism, then again we try to see, how things exist from the dependent arising point of view, and in that way, then we try to see the reality better, the reality of the objects or objects better. So, okay, maybe I wanted to I didn't want to start something new, and then so we will have a break. Chanjo semjo remboche make pana kejuche kyawa nyamba meba konle kondu pewara sho.
Going down there. Oh, you're doing it. Stand back, just keep pushing.
I'll tell them again so that they know. Pardon? Right. Yes, yes. Here anyway. Oh, there it is. Now, can I just tell you, because before I didn't tell you everything that we were doing. When when Geshe finishes the teachings, we'll then be doing the Thanksgiving mandala on page 8, and then we will go straight into all the prayers, starting on page 12. So I will call out the numbers of the pages so that you'll know which one, and then we offer the kata at the very. Oh, are you doing anything?
Please be seated. So I think I'm kind of going to discuss a little bit on the practice meditations, and then a little bit on some little bit on kind of the result of realizations or understanding emptiness in relation to other practices. So in terms of meditations, sometimes you can try to meditate on the object of negation we talked about before, so to identify the correct object of negations. So sometimes you meditate on that. And then, other times, most time, you try to allow the sense of the I or the self to arise, and then, try to see and try to observe and see how that I appears to the mind as inherent existence, and how that mind perceives the self to exist inherently. And if that, and first that's being observing, being recognizing and being aware of that, how much it takes, And then, if it's inherent existence, truly existence from its own side, and when you do the ultimate analysis, then, either it has to be found within the physical aggregate, the five aggregate, within the aggregate or outside the aggregate. And so we try to do the analysis that we described before, It can be helpful to go to each of aggregates. And when we do that analysis, slowly, taking the time that it cannot, with a sudden certainty that when you do first within the physical aggregate, that not being able to find, not being able to pinpoint, and then feeling, discriminating, compositional consciousness, doing all of them, going slowly, and really coming to, and then if it cannot be found within that, then the other part of outside, separate from them. And again, when you do that analyze, again, you cannot be found outside or separate from the aggregates. And when you cannot find, then you come to a sense of total empty of the self that appear to your mind, or that your mind perceived at the very beginning, when you're observing, And so then, there's sense of total empty, not being able to find, totally empty of that self that you felt at the very beginning or perceived to exist. And then you try to remain, again, with total convictions. There is no self that can be found. That self that appeared at the very beginning, the truly existing self, cannot be found, and is empty and totally empty, with total convictions, total empty of absence of that or empty of that. And try to try to rest or keep your mind in that emptiness, Empty, which is spacious and empty, Try to keep that. And when, you're feeling or total empty or absent of that self, when after resting or after trying to stay your mind without any analysis in that state for a while, when that state doesn't become so strong conviction or strong, then again you do the same analysis, again come to the same conclusions, and then again with the same convictions, with a strong conviction that is totally empty of that self. Again, try to remain. And you can kind of, again, when your mind is, even though it's resting or even though it's sitting in that empty space, but maybe when there is no strong alertness or strong feeling, again you do the same exercise, the analysis, and again come to Zen. So you do in that way. You try to integrate analytical and non-analytical meditations. First, you do the analytical meditations by analyzing, and then come to the conclusions or convictions that is totally empty or absent of that self, and then without any more analysis, try to stay in that state of the emptiness or rest in that emptiness, And so that is one thing you can do. When you are kind of depending on how long you spend, sometimes you can just one time, depending on if you are doing longer version, you can do quite a few times. And then, at the end, even though you cannot find, when you are ending the meditations, where you are ending the meditations, when it's coming to kind of conclude the meditations, then, you can do, even though there's no such self and it's empty or total absent of that self, but at the same time there is self that is experiencing, that is meditating, that is observing. There is self, that get up in the morning, go to the work, sleep. The self, there is a self that creates different karma actions, which experience different experiences. That is our direct everyday experience. We cannot deny that. We cannot kind of reject that, because that is our direct experience. So there is something or someone who is experiencing and engaging in actions. There must be something, And so therefore, there is someone, the self, which experience and engage. If there is a self, then how does that self exist? How does the self exist? And then there is the self that exists on the basis of merely imputations. On the basis of merely imputations, then there's a self that functions to engage in different action and experience different experiences. That is how there's a self that experience different experiences, that engage in different actions, that affect different to oneself, others, but only on a merely imputation level. It's merely in imputation level. So at the end, you conclude there is a self, but that is only on the basis of merely imputations, merely designated, nothing more than that. On the basis of merely imputations, it can still function. It can still engage in action and experience. But there is nothing more than merely imputations. So try to conclude that meditation. Of course, when you do proper meditation, starting with the motivation and ending the dedication, but the actual meditation itself, then you can try to end with the dependent arisings. And even with that merely imputed, there is a self that exists on merely imputation level. If you still find difficult to, if you still struggles and find difficult that to establish that self that exists, then you can do more. There's a self that depending on its aggregates parts, and cause and condition. You can do more details on dependent arising in those. But otherwise, if you don't struggles and a problem, then just try to conclude by seeing the dependent arising in form of merely imputations. So that is that you try to do meditations, and that is sometimes it call this, especially the beginning part, negation part, sometimes it's called space like emptiness meditations. And then, when you come out of the meditations, when you end the meditations and when you open your eyes and when you engage into the world activities, then you see things, you hear things, you smell things, thoughts comes or whatever that, and then try to remind ourselves of all that I'm seeing, everything I'm hearing, everything I'm smelling, everything I'm tasting, everything I'm touching, everything I'm experiencing in my mind, they all are like illusions, like a dream. We remind ourselves all the time. They all are like an illusion, like a dream state. Even though they appear to exist incidentally, but there is no incident existence. Therefore, everything you see, it's like a rainbow. Nothing so concrete and nothing so solid and inherent as it appears. Everything you hear is like an echo, even though it sounds like there is sound coming from that place, but it is not a really sound coming from it. It is just an echo from different place of echo, Everything that you smell, seeing is as like, like a smelling the dream. Everything that you taste, you see like, it is like like illusions, Everything we touch, seeing them all as like reflections of the moon in the still legs or reflection of your face in the mirror. And so like that, throughout the day, whatever we see, we try to remind they are all like illusions. So then that is the illusion like meditations during the post-meditations. So again, when someone has direct realizations of emptiness, in their meditative equipoise, when they are in deep meditation on emptiness, when they are meditative equipoise, all the dualistic view dissolve, Their understanding of emptiness, non-dualistic directly. There is no dualistic appearance of inherently existing objects. There is no dualistic appearance of subject and objects. There is no dualistic appearance of even the conventional objects. If they are meditating on emptiness of self, there is no appearance of even the self, conventional existing self in that meditative state. So there is what appears in that mind is only emptiness, nothing. Only the emptiness. No conventional phenomena appear in that mind, in that deep meditative equipoise. And when they come out of that meditative state, because of the power of that non-dualistic, strong meditative equipoise, then everything that appear like more like dream, unlike like for us, like real. For them, through the power of the mind, everything that naturally appear more like a dream state for them. So it is easy for them. For us, we don't have that experience, so we have to remind ourselves they are like a dream state. For those practitioners or meditators who have direct realization of emptiness, and when they come out of that deep meditations, it appears, they don't have to remind themselves so often. The object appear like more like an illusion, more a dream state by the power of that mind. Okay? And so for us, that is not happening, so we have to, and even His Holiness mentioned, in Ladakh, I think he said, one day, how everything appeared like illusions, like a dream. So it is not that you are reminding yourself, but actually the object appeared that way. That is more kind of advanced practitioners. For us, at the very beginning, when we meditate, it is going to be dualistic, So you can't expect to be non-dualistic to start with, okay? When you meditate, there is appearance, the objects, subjects, objects, and there is the me or the mind who is observing or who is analyzing. There is subject and objects, those appearance will come. That is okay. Slowly, as I mentioned before, as you progress on the path, and it dissolves. It dissolves, as they say, like water being poured in the water, that you cannot differentiate. In that moment, you cannot differentiate subject and object. The subject that is meditating or observing, and the object that is being meditated. At the very beginning in our state, sometimes first you meditate on the selflessness, emptiness of yourself or whatever object, the mind or whatever object you choose, the object of attachment, object of anger, whatever object you choose to meditate on emptiness. You meditate on emptiness of that. And when you meditate on emptiness, you can see, there is some kind of the self or the awareness that's observing or analyzing or meditating. And then after that, you try to meditate on emptiness of that observer itself. It is the mind of person. Also, you try to meditate on emptiness of that itself. And then try to dissolve that dualistic of the object, the subjects, somewhere that's meditating on the objects, as much as possible, even though we cannot dissolve fully like as though that you are in that experience instead of watching it from somewhere, observing somewhere, but you are actually in the experience. Try to, as much as you can. It's like instead of watching a swimming pool from the top, you are in the swimming pool. And so instead of observing there, that you yourself in that, in that itself. So that we can try to do, Still, it cannot kind of reduce the dualistic completely, but again, you don't have to worry, as much as. So that is in our that is in the meditation. That's what you try to do. Yeah. And the advice is, to start with the meditation on the emptiness of the self, and then phenomena, the emptiness of your mind, and your physical body and all other aggregates, and then all other subjects, slowly expanding, So again, normally, from sutra point of view, whether you see in the sutra as well as in all the earlier writings, they're always, establishing or meditating on emptiness of the self first, and then meditating on phenomena. And when we talk about meditating on phenomena, the first is, meditating on emptiness of your own aggregates. Because when you meditate on emptiness of the self, selflessness, even though you have that understanding that there is no inherent existing self, and you understand that self is merely imputed on the basis of aggregate. But then you might think, or maybe aggregates are inherent in existence, and you can be grasping to the aggregates. And so therefore we meditate on emptiness of those aggregates. So there is no grasping to the basis of the self, the aggregates. And so that is why that is, of course, in certain tantric meditations, clear light meditations, Mahamudra and so forth, then, the object of meditation emptiness mostly on the nature of the mind, the ultimate nature of the mind instead of the self. But in generally, that is how it is, in terms of sequences. And then I'm going to, so that is a little bit on meditations. I would like to talk a little bit on the possible, result of having an understanding of emptiness. First of all, of course, we discussed this morning how when we have realization and emptiness, it destroys the fundamental ignorance and thereby all the delusions. Even destroying the ignorance and all the delusion that arise from that, the moment you have understanding on emptiness, it doesn't go, all of them, like that, Even with that, from once you have realization, then it is started to act as an antidote, remedy. And slowly, with the time, first overcoming the gross level of the delusion, slowly more subtle level of the delusion, subtle level, and slowly more subtle level of the delusion and ignorance. Though it's again process in that. And His Holiness the Lamas has mentioned, I think he hasn't shared those experiences in early life of his life. He refused to kind of share. But I think in last maybe, 15 years, maybe he have started to share some of them, I think maybe he felt important to share. And I think probably, there have been many times when people ask him questions and then he didn't share. And then, I've heard people, if that is the case, what is the hope for us? I think, there have been some comments like that people ask. And on the basis of that, maybe His Holiness felt maybe sharing might be helpful for some people, encouraging to give some. So he has started to share a little more about spiritual experiences in recent times, different visions that he had, different things he sees, and and in terms of, he talked about having developed bodhicitta mind, having developed wisdom realizing emptiness. And in one of those sharing, he said, because once he have realization of emptiness, because of that, he hardly have any delusion arises. That's what he said. Hardly any delusion arises. And he said, even sometime when some others, such as frustrations arises, it says it doesn't last long. It's not intense and it doesn't last long. And because of the effect of the wisdom realizing emptiness, hardly any delusion arises. And even when they do arises, sometime it's not intense and it doesn't last long. I have a couple of friends, one that I've known for quite a while, Western from Belarus, one friend that I met him first in Kopan. He came from one of the course that I was helping with. And then, since then I have kind of known him, and, at one time he was studying in Nalanda master program. Anyway, one time he was, when I was in Denmark, he came there to the teachings and also discuss. So anyway, he was sharing stories of his experience, that he has been meditating on emptiness for a while. And he had one moment of, glimpse of experience, It's a glimpse of experience. He said, while he was meditating on the selflessness or emptiness of self, fear started to arise, I guess because we identify so strong with ourselves, and that seems to dissolve, And it is natural for a lot of people to feel that way. And so he noticed and recognized there was fear arising. So he did the same analysis on the fear itself. And then fear dissolved. And then he had an incredible kind of moment of experience. It didn't last long, but, And with that experience that he had for a very short moment, he said for 6 months, he was not affected and disturbed by the external conditions so much. He was able to keep his mind peace and calm and without being agitated and upset and angry by whatever happens around. And after 6 months, he lost that, and kind of went into kind of normal. So anyway, he was kind of trying to discuss and talk about that. And of course, I don't have experience, so I cannot say for sure. But from whatever kind of I've learned from scriptures and all of that, I said, it is glimpse of the experience or realization, not the realization itself, is a glimpse of that, And even just glimpse of that, if it has such effect, when you have a realization, the effect it will have, we will know for sure. When you have realization, that understanding realization, you have that with all the times. Glimpse is that one moment, And so anyway, we discussed, and I think sometimes what happens is when we have some of those experiences, and sometimes when, when we don't have the right tools, skills, then we get attached to those experiences. And when we get attached to those experiences, we want that experience to repeat. And in the process of wanting to repeat those experiences, then sometimes we try too hard and not being natural and relaxed. And that makes much more harder to experience those results. When you have less expectations and when you are not kind of pushing yourself too much, being more kind of, relaxed, natural, and just doing the practice, you are more likely to have better result. And sometimes that is what happens. And so we share and we talk about that, and I have someone that I know, another Western practitioner, again, she has similar result. In her cases, it was kind of like 3 months, So again, those, His Holiness, of course, as I said, he shared his experience, and since that is a realization, so it is not only one moment or for a short period. After that, hardly any delusion arises, And so therefore, it doesn't affect you negatively in any way, whatever happens around you, Um, um, Nagarjuna said in his commentary to Bodhicitas, when this emptiness, as explained, is thus meditated upon by the yogis, practitioners, no doubt there will arise in them longing for benefit of others. So what he's saying, so when you meditate on emptiness correctly, unmistaken correctly, then that can give rise to the compassion. So it helps. That realization, emptiness, help to give rise to the compassion in bodhicitta mind. And in one of the sutras, I cannot recall exactly which sutras, Buddha also gave a similar statements with the example. He explained the wisdom realizing emptiness is like the mother's womb, and the compassion at the child coming from that mother's womb, or the child that is born from that mother's womb. So in that, basically similar like this, what Nagarjuna is saying is, when you have that realization, emptiness correctly, unmistaken realization, then it helps give rise or birth to the child of the compassion and bodhicitta mind. And it should be, because once you don't have ignorance, or your ignorance is destroyed, the intensity of your ignorance is destroyed. There is, less intense, less ignorance. Then there is less self-grasping. Self-grasping is rooted in that, selfish attitude or self-cherishing thought. Is rooted in self-grasping. When you are stronger self-grasping, then you have stronger selfish attitude, self-centeredness. In the Will of Sharp Weapons, Dhammarakshita kind of explained, the self-grasping ignorance and the selfish attitude as being the messenger of that self-grasping ignorance. So it means that it carries the message of that ignorance. So basically, when you have that ignorance, then you are more likely to have more stronger selfish attitude, self-centeredness because of that. When you have less of that, then your selfish attitude is also less strong. And when you have less strong selfish attitude, it's become more easy to develop the bodhicitta, compassion and bodhicitta mind. One, Secondly, when you understand emptiness correctly, you understand dependent arisings. When you have dependent arising, as we talked this morning, we realize everything that we experience, every happiness, joy, pleasure, every comfort we enjoy, we realize that it comes from others, depending on others, other conditions. And when you have all that understanding, it's much more easy to develop compassion in bodhicitta mind when you feel that, So, that is how it can help for development and cultivations of the compassion bodhicitta mind. So again, Chandrakedi, he mentions, once you have bodhicitta mind, wisdom realizing emptiness, then he said after that, many other positive qualities will arise quickly and easily. When you have that, one will be able to keep your precepts or practice of moral discipline purely. It helps in your practice of moral discipline. At the moment, we are unable to keep our moral discipline or precept well because of our mind due to attachment, anger, and that, and then we are unable to keep them. When you have wisdom relaxing emptiness, it will reduce those kind of attachment and anger and all those negative emotions. And when you have less of those negative emotions or less intense negative emotions of that, then we don't break those precepts and moral disciplines, and we are able to practice those moral disciplines better. Your practice of moral discipline become more pure, better by the support of the wisdom. And also he says, also your practice of generosity will increase. Again, due to that wisdom relaxing emptiness, you have less attachments to objects and things. When you have less attachment, it will be more easy to practice generosity. At the moment, because we are attached to those objects, so we are unable to share, give. We are fearful of giving, sharing, because we are attached to them. We are not fearful. We are not fearful and have a difficult sharing our garbage, do we? Do you have any problem giving the garbage? When the garbage can come, you will be so delighted to give it, because we are not attached to them, So when you are not attached, you have less struggles to give. Practice generosity. When you are more attached to it, it is more difficult. So your practice of generosity improve, get better. And also he says, similarly like Nagarjuna, your compassion will be more stabilized. Your compassion, if you have not developed compassion before, it will help to develop compassion. If you have already developed compassion, that wisdom will help the compassion to stabilize, to maintain and to grow better and instead of decreasing, And he also said it will also help the practice of the patience. Because again, we are unable to be patient because our mind is disturbed by someone's attitude, someone's behavior, someone's actions. When you have less negative emotions, your mind will be less disturbed. If your mind is less disturbed, then it is easy to practice the patience. And not only easy to practice the patience, to continue to improve your patience. So it also enhances your practice of patience. So it enhances all different part of other parameters through the practice of the wisdom, Also, it will help you to have better joyous effort in your practice, less distractions. At the moment we have difficult finding enthusiasms in practicing the virtues, and because we get easily distracted with non-virtues or samsaric things, so then it helps. And also it helps meditative concentrations. Because at the moment we cannot have strong meditative concentration because our mind wander out, get distracted easily. Cannot keep the mind stabilized on the objects. And if you try to see why your mind is distracted, why your mind is kind of wandering off, a lot of time is following the attachments. A lot of time is following the attachments, or sometimes following the anger. Bitter, we have someone that says something, and in that moment you think, oh, that person said that, that person did that, or that person. So all this, and then your mind started to wander off, So it help. So it can have all the, and then it also helps to, make your virtues to become cause of, enlightenment. And so, so those are some of the effect to other practice for other paramita and virtues, positive impact and support by that wisdom. And then Lama Tsongkhapa in his, great Lamrim, Lamrim Chemo, I will just read few of them, where he says, how wisdom helps to overcome non-contradictions of what seems like contradictions, such as both of a king who rules 4 worlds, who is not under the control of desired object, is due to minister of the wisdom. So basically, even you are being surrounded by all the wealth, power, fame, reputation, all of that, you will not be tempted or over carried by those because you are not attached to any of them. That is because of the wisdom. If you don't have the wisdom, then we get attached to the wealth, we get attached to the fame, we get attached to the power. That is what we see in the world. People who start their life to serve the society, with a good intention when they start. Many politicians too. Not everyone, but many of them, they see problem in society and they want to be able to solve that by engaging in those politics or other different organization and that. The intention is good at the very beginning. But since they don't have the wisdom, once they have that, then they get attached to the power. Then they don't want to lose it. They get attached to the fame. They don't want to lose it. They don't want to give up. Then they get attached to, to the power, fame, and wealth, and they get corrupted. The reason why they get corrupted, even though that was not their intention was good at the very beginning, because they didn't have the wisdom to deal with that kind of temptations, attachments, So, but on the other hand, when you have that wisdom, even if you have all surrounded all that, you will not be tempted in that. You will not be attached to them. And what make that, what help you not to do that is the wisdom. And then Lama Tsongkhapa also, even strong loving kindness arises when seeing the deers, close and pleasant sentient beings, but not mixed up with the attachment is all due to wisdom. At the moment, when we see our loved ones, dear, when we see their pain, suffering, we feel compassion for them. We feel unbearable to see their pain and sufferings. But again, while we feel compassion, our compassion mixed with attachment. It's hard to know what is attachment and what is real compassion in our situation in like those cases. You know? But when you have the wisdom, then when you feel compassion, then you will be able to feel the compassion for them without being mixed with attachment, because that wisdom stop that attachments. It doesn't stop the compassions, but it stop the attachment. So then, you know, your whatever compassion you are feeling become more pure, you know. And then, even though there is strong compassion of feeling unbearable for long duration when seeing suffering sentient beings, but not being overwhelmed by the pain and suffering and being lazy and discouraged towards virtues is due to the wisdom. You know, again, as we mentioned yesterday, also there was caution, that is, when you see too much sufferings in your life, or too much suffering around you, your loved ones, or too much suffering in the world, others, sometimes it can be too overwhelming. You know, too overwhelming. But if we have the wisdom realizing emptiness, while you feel the pain, suffering, unbearable, all of that, but you will not be overwhelmed by them. You will not be overwhelmed by them. So wisdom is the protections from being overwhelmed by the sufferings, while feeling the pain, sufferings, while having the compassion, true compassions, at the same time not being overwhelmed. And that is what we need, you know. And that is when, you know, of course, when we don't have the wisdom at the moment, when we don't have realizations, when you feel overwhelmed by the pain and sufferings of others, try to meditate on emptiness of others and their suffering. Try to meditate on emptiness of the suffering itself. So when you meditate on emptiness of the suffering, which you feel so intense now, so concrete and so real, and because of that you feel so intense, and because of that you feel overwhelmed. So try to meditate on emptiness of the suffering itself, and the person itself, or the sentient being itself, the emptiness of that, and that can help you, you know, to not have too intense feelings, you know. And when you are not feeling too intense and not overwhelmed, then again you can do meditation on emptiness and compassions, or it could come naturally, or you do meditation on that, you know. Lama Tsongkhapa also, though there is great joy, you know, because of that wisdom, that due to that realization, even though there is great joy and bliss, you know, joy, but not being distracted and moved from the object of mind is due to wisdom, you know. So again, sometimes when you have inner joy, inner peace, you know, we might get distracted to that joy itself, that peace itself, that blissfulness itself, and get attached to it. But again, you know, when you have wisdom, while you experience the joy, the peace, the happiness, inner happiness, but not being distracted by being attached to it, is because of the wisdom. Even though there is equanimity all the time, but not being distracted from working for the well-being of sentient beings, even a second, it's due to wisdom. Again, even though there is equanimity all the time, but not being indifference, you know, not being indifference and not working for others because you are indifferent, you know, sometimes it could happen. Is then yet here saying, you know, if you have the wisdom, while you experience the equanimity all the time, but that will not stop you from working for the benefit of others by being kind of indifference. And that is the wisdom. And Rejungba, the Milareva's main disciple, he mentioned, I found transcendental in the world, so the emptiness, now delusion have no hold upon my mind, and so I think with that, maybe we'll conclude. We conclude on good notes. Okay?
O Sajipuki Ju Tramriva Nide Yembadi Sangye Mide O Indo Kunanda Jinla Jetsun Ame Ku Raten Jinam Kadrile Chochu Yepadam Lo Anteme Dome Sesum Nidro Tatu Nedu Idam Guru Rana Mandala Niyatayami. Through the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the precious Bodhi mind, not yet born, arise and grow. May that born have no decline, but increase forevermore. May the precious right view, not yet born, arise and grow. May that born have no decline, but increase forevermore. Page 14. Due to these merits, may all the obstacles to Kabje Zopa Rinpoche's swift return be instantly removed. May Rinpoche's and Lama Yeshe's holy wishes be instantly fulfilled. May all the obstacles to the quick success of the building of the Maitreya statues be instantly destroyed. May these great statues of Maitreya be accomplished exactly according to the wishes of Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. May all the centres and projects of the FPMT, especially Buddha House, be free of obstacles to spread the holy Dharma of Buddha Shakyamuni, in particular the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and achieve every happiness and the highest state of enlightenment. May all the students and friends who work so hard for the FPMT in the service of the Dharma and who dedicate their lives for Buddha's teachings and to relieve the suffering of sentient beings have long and healthy lives. May they realize the path to enlightenment in their own minds as quickly as possible. May all the students' activities please the virtuous friend. In all their lives, may they be guided by perfectly qualified Mahayana virtuous friends, and may all their wishes succeed immediately according to the Dharma. Page 17. Just the first verse. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Page 19. Peerless teacher and assembly of the children of the victorious ones, Shravakas and Pateka Buddhas, victorious Losang, father and sons, along with the lineage masters, all the objects of refuge of the infinite lands, please bestow the virtue and goodness of accomplishing this prayer here and now. Holding and spreading the Muni's precious and complete teachings through explanation and practice, you wore the armour of patience that is never discouraged. Incomparable, venerable Guru, to you I make request. While striving single-pointedly for the sake of the victorious one's teachings, the sole gateway through which all benefit and happiness emerge, and for mother living beings, you suddenly departed to peace. What a great loss! Nevertheless, through the undeceiving truth of the blessings of the ocean of the three jewels, and the great waves of bodhicitta of the children of the victorious ones, may the smile of a reincarnation swiftly beam in glory for fortunate disciples.
Then we can kind of go to the last, we can seal all the virtues by the emptiness. Page number 12 at the very first.
Due to the merits accumulated over the 3 times by myself and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, which are empty from their own side.
May I, with empty from
Its own side, achieve the state of enlightenment, which is empty from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that state as quickly as possible by myself alone.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you, Geshe Sherab, so much for coming to Adelaide, to Buddha House, and giving this weekend of profound teachings. You have given us much to work with now. Very practical, particularly, I'm glad that I was here this afternoon for the meditations, but the whole weekend. But really, we are so fortunate that you travel the world and visit our centres, because this opportunity is very like when the Lamas were travelling the world. You teach brilliantly in English, so we can understand very easily. And this is not an easy thing that you do, travelling the world, to get to us people that are not learning and procrastinating. But we really do appreciate you doing this.
Thank you.
And
thank
please come again very soon.
Thank you.
And stay longer.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this is the end of the weekend teaching. So just a few more thank yous, but then also to keep in mind that tomorrow is the picnic. So we're going to go for a walk up at Mount Lofty and have a lovely picnic. And then on Tuesday is a teaching again here on the Tuesday night. So But this is the formal teaching program. So we're actually doing a photo after you've all had the opportunity to go and receive a blessing from Geshe. But I do want to make a big thank you to Judy, our esteemed SPC, who pulls all of this together, and to the team, the SPC committee, who worked very hard to set this up, to make everything run smoothly. And then what do we have at the back there? We have this incredible group of people who are looking after us with the catering and all of that out there. So thanking Peter and all of the Buddha's Bowl team. So many people involved. So thank you to all of them.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
There's a few people that left early.
Thank you. Thank you.